Check, check, test, check.
Well, this event in particular is very important. It's bringing together emerging markets and developing economies. The leaders of the world are here. The multilateral development banks are here. And these are conversations that have started in AlUla, but will not end here. Will end in our countries and positively affect the world.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly take your seats as we will begin our program shortly. Welcome to the AlUla Conference for Emerging Market Economies. Kindly take your seats as we will begin shortly. Before we start, please take note of a few important housekeeping details for today's event. In case of an emergency, please follow the illuminated evacuation signs located at the emergency exits. Our team members, identifiable by their brown vests, are available to assist you if needed. A short break will be held at 11, and lunch will be served at 12:40. Please refer to the event schedule for session timings and further details. Simultaneous translation is available in Arabic, English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, Mandarin, and Ukrainian. Headsets are available on your seats. Thank you, and we look forward to an insightful and productive conference.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، حضورنا الكريم، أهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بكم في اليوم الثاني من مؤتمر العلا لاقتصادات الأسواق الناشئة.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, welcome back to the AlUla Conference for Emerging Market Economies.
روان، العلا for me personally is a magical place, isn't it?
Indeed, Yasser. It is, and I do trust that our guests had a wonderful time soaking in the enchanting beauty of AlUla and enjoying its absolutely unique charm.
And today promises another productive day filled with insightful discussions and thought-provoking exchanges led by speakers and panelists who will help us further explore the opportunities and challenges facing emerging markets.
We are grateful for all of the insights, all of the valuable sessions and discussions that take place on this very important global dialogue.
With its timeless history, AlUla today embraces the future of emerging markets, and we look forward to this conference, of course, becoming an annual cornerstone for charting a path towards shared growth and, of course, prosperity. It is time to start our program today.
Starting off with the first panel discussion of the day, titled Navigating Trade Tensions and Uncertainty. Joining this panel, Her Excellency, Mrs. Nadia Fattah, Minister of Economy and Finance of the Kingdom of Morocco, His Excellency, Mr. Wali Udin, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Mr. Sergei Minchenko, Minister of Finance of Ukraine, and moderated by Dr. Inder Mitgil, Chief Economist and Senior Vice President for Development Economics at the World Bank. Let's welcome everyone on stage.
Thank you.
Comes on by itself? Yeah, okay. So first, a very, very good morning to all of you. And I'd like to start by thanking very much the Ministry of Finance of the Kingdom for inviting us to this beautiful place. Everything has been absolutely impeccable. It's been spotless. Even the weather, I don't know how you arranged that. The other thing I want to do is to thank my friends at the IMF for giving me the easiest job of the event, which is to get 3 senior government officials to talk about the most sensitive topic in the policy world today, which is trade tensions and uncertainties. With friends like that, but our panelists and I intend to give you a very good conversation to start the day. We've got 3 bright and brave people here. We have Nadia, we have Sergey, and we have Wale. And they bring the experiences of their countries, 3 important emerging economies, to this conversation. And as you'll hear from them, these are very, very 3 completely different experiences that they bring to the talk today. So I'm going to ask them some questions that I think are quite difficult to answer in the tenseness of the world today. But I also think that these issues are important for all of us to consider. So I'm going to start the talk by showing you 4 graphs. And the reason why I'm showing you the 4 graphs is not because they're necessary, but because I know that people are still trickling in, and I'd rather they take my time than that of the panelists. So here is the first chart, and as you know, that yesterday in her opening remarks, Kristalina actually said that after decades of growing faster than global output and doing so quite steadily, global trade is now growing erratically and not growing much at all, as you sort of see over there. So between 1970 and 2009, trade grew from about 25% of world GDP to close to 60%, so a huge increase. But during the last decade, this share has basically bounced up and down since around 2015 or so. Now, so here's another chart that actually shows how trade growth has changed since the 1990s. And so as Kristalina observed yesterday, the last 5 years actually between 2020 and 2024 saw trade grow on average at around 2%, which is lower than the growth rate of global output. Right? Now, this is not a statistical artifact. It's obviously the result of extraordinary events like the pandemic, but also of policy choices. So here's a chart that actually looks at some of those policy choices. These are trade restrictions in 2015 and 2023. And what you see is that in both 2023 as well as last year in 2024, trade distorting measures greatly outnumbered measures that make trade easier. So all of this is taking a toll in terms of the uncertainty as growth and so on. But here's a chart that kind of tells you about what is the effect of this uncertainty. These are regional agreements that have been signed since 2000, okay? And it's the annual average for the 3 decades, the 2000s, the 2010s, and the 2020s. And as you sort of see over here, is that countries appear to be losing their appetite for agreements, trade agreements. And I think this actually reflects the growing uncertainty from one decade to the next. But these are the sort of things that the panel will actually talk about, and I'm hoping that the panelists actually speak very, very freely. So they'll try to answer 3 sets of questions essentially, right? And we take it in 3 rounds, panelists. So the first question is, so is all this happening because of the effects of global trade in advanced economies or the effects of global trade in emerging markets? Or is it a combination of the two? What do you think? The second question I'm going to ask you is, how are these changes affecting your country's economy? And then the third question, which is perhaps the most important one here, which is, what is your government doing to manage the trade tensions and the economic uncertainty? Are you taking an aggressive approach or a defensive approach? These are the kind of questions that we will ask. So we'll actually take each of these questions in turn in 3 rounds. First Nadia, then Sergey, and then Wale. So each of our panelists will get around 4 minutes to answer the question. But Wale is a former world banker, so he gets 5. Right. Okay. He gets an extra minute. So I'm going to start with Nadia. So what do you think, Nadia, what do you think has brought us to this state of the world?
Good morning. Please allow me first to thank and congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and His Excellency the Minister Jadan and the IMF and the MD Kristalina Georgieva for this conference for emerging markets, economies in this beautiful location, and hopefully they will consider a 5 days conference in the future. I think we've been through several shocks the last years, and we saw this the beginning of the fragmentation and the tensions for many reasons. The way we see it from Morocco is that there is poor pockets in every country of the world. So you have governments that are trying to protect their economies, their people, and to give, I would say, easy political answers to those who suffered from inflation, from increase of prices, from lack of jobs. But I think in emerging markets, definitely we have more poor pockets than in these big countries that are designing the rules of the trade and the dynamic of the trade. Finally, I think that this fragmentation is benefit more to the biggest player in economy and is not a real answer for jobs, for power purchase, for middle class and the lowest crisis.
Great answer. Thank you very much, Nadia, for starting us off. So over to you, Sergey. Same question.
First of all, let me congratulate Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and personally His Excellency Minister of Finance Mohammed Al-Jaddan. We are pleased to be here, and we think that it's important event for us because we are in a different part of the world. I am first time here, and good meetings with our partners, good meetings with colleagues from different continents, and I hope it will help us to contribute more to address issues which you raised today, because specifically the question of trade tensions is very acute right now, and it's the most uncertain and probably the most strong question which different countries try to address. And you know how big advanced countries can address this issue, because they have all possible tools in their strategies. They can impose tariffs, they can make some relief in tariffs, they can do other stuff which they wish. Emerging markets are less able to provide such strategies. We are limited in our opportunities, and we would prefer to live in a world with a free trade agreement. For example, for Ukraine, the biggest advancement and the biggest opportunities is a free trade agreement which we receive with Europe. It provides an opportunity to export necessary stuff, to receive necessary opportunity to investment in Ukraine, etc. So for us, it's the most important thing is a free trade, and I believe that we shouldn't try to inclusively look at only inward within our economies. We should think strategically. We should think about broader competitiveness, because I think that competitiveness also can drive a world further. This is my answer to your question.
I guess it's a good way of looking at it. It's a good way of looking at it, Sergey. Over to you, Wale. You're from a big country.
Thank you very much. Intimate. First of all, I too would like to join Nadia and Sergey in thanking the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this Emerging Market Economies Conference and for inviting me. I thank you, His Excellency Mohammed Al-Jaddan, as well as the rest of the team. It's a very important conversation, and just as the chart showed, it is not a one-day thing. This is a trend that is maybe a decade long or half a decade long, whereby there is a retreat from world trade. And as Sergey said, we need world trade. We need open markets. As emerging economies, as developing countries, we need access to markets for our products, particularly our value-added manufactured products. But we've seen the tensions of, I would say, apart from the obvious ones of COVID, of the situation in Ukraine, there's also the fact that there was before that a move away from globalization, a move towards onshoring, and that, of course, meant reduced international trade. And world trade growth is a tide that lifts all boats. So it is definitely something which we advocate and which we look forward to achieving, and we lend our voice to the fact that we need to be able to have access to world markets. However, it's also a wake-up call. As I said, it's a trend that has endured for some time now, and what it speaks to is the fact that countries like Nigeria, as we have done, need to reform their economies, need to stabilize, reduce inflation, and create a conducive environment for investment, and particularly domestic investment, but also particularly foreign direct investment. And may I just add that I look at this, a parallel situation to the retreat from world trade, and that is the reduced financial flows, net financial flows to developing countries. As of now, I think the latest figures will show that there's a net outflow from emerging economies of $50 billion. That is, when you look at concessionary flows and you look at commercial flows coming in and look at debt service and debt repayment that are going out. And for African economies, the latest figures show a deficit of $20 billion. And of course, that is a very worrying trend alongside the closing down and tightening of world trade. Thank you.
Excellent. So I'm going to try to summarize your remarks, but I have some observations that I wanted you to ask. So the way I would summarize it, that you're saying that there are pockets of poverty all over the world and politicians should respond to them. The second one is that this pattern has been more than a decade in the making, actually, and the third point, I think, is that actually emerging market economies require trade or need this globalization much more than the advanced economies do. What I also hear from others is that three things. The first one is that if you look at this over time, Wale, the openness of the advanced economies was not adequately reciprocated by the opening up of markets in large emerging market economies. I mean, I'm talking about countries like India, China, Brazil, Indonesia. They all remain relatively closed in one important dimension or another, right? The second one, of course, is that on the other side, the entry of China into global markets led to huge dislocations in advanced economy markets, especially the US, between 2001 and 2015. And in 2016, people in the UK and the US expressed their dissatisfaction with the status quo, right? And I would also think that this was made worse by the lack of responsiveness of international rules to these developments. How was a developing country defined at the WTO, for example? Do you have any thoughts about any of these things? First you, Nadia, then Wale, then Sergey.
Morocco, of course, as an open economy, and this is a choice to global trade, was in middle of all this evolution, not saying disruption in the trade. We are still linked mainly to Europe and growth in Europe, but since we are increasing our part in the value chain in all the activities we do, we need to, and we do work with other geography like China and in some ways the US. So we've been brave, I would say, in Morocco, having almost 60 FTAs, even with the US, because we represent a very small part of the global trade, but any new geography, any new activity is important for us. However, in this, I would say, fragmentation, many emerging markets are not part in the conversation of the changing of the regulation and the rules. We need to ask for permission to be part of the conversation, and this needs to be changed. And secondly, we never have a chance to have a transition plan, to have an adaptation plan to these new rules. So the moment we agree to be one player of globally of the trade, it costs us a loss in the small economy to adapt to these new rules, but it's so difficult and we become breathless to discover this regulation, to adapt to this regulation, and never had the chance, I would say, to be innovative and to come with our own solution.
Thank you. I think when you look at the disruption, as you call it, of China, clearly there's been huge inflows from what I would call relatively cheap and competitive Chinese products in our markets. But for us, the answer really is to look inwards and to build our own resilience. And when you talk about the regional markets, I think the important thing that we look at in Africa is that our intra-African trade is just 14% of total trade. And I think the figure for other emerging markets is higher. I think even Asia is about 40%. And that is where we look to find our own response, that we need to build the capacity to trade with each other. We need to break down the barriers and build the logistical links. So that's really our response to the, as you say, the disruption of what has happened in terms of flows of exports into our markets.
Good. Actually, I do want to tell you, while I looked at the numbers for the trade between the trade among developing economies, among emerging market developing economies, that has risen a lot, by the way, around the world. In Africa, not so much, but around the world a lot. I think it's close. I think it's getting close to 50%. But I think Nadia's point is right. Despite the importance of emerging market economies in global trade now, I think there is still a sense that emerging market economies need to ask for permission to get into these debates and so on. And I think we have to consider those changes as well. Sergey.
Dermit, it's like it's not an easy to answer this question because we a country which is disrupted by war. Impact of war is very devastating, and when we are talking about rules and world order, for us it's this word sometimes is very meaningless. And regulations and rules, sometimes we feel that it's for others, not for countries which impose it. And I can explain it by several examples of our trade between Nigeria and Morocco. You know that during the war we lost part of our capacity, practically whole of our capacity to export our goods towards countries of destinations. And specifically for Nigeria, the effect was very huge. We lost up to 60 times our potential of export. It's in 2023. Nigeria, they didn't receive the wheat from Ukraine. The effect was so devastating that any rules, any impediments which different countries can even imagine can overcome this. And the same with Morocco, 12 times the decrease of our export. That's why we're really careful with all of these discussions, because rule-based order, some world trade discussions is necessary, and we would like to be part of such discussions, but more necessary is peace in the world, and is more necessary is that any possible scenarios which different countries can invade peaceful countries can be not permitted but by world. Thank you.
Very good. We can go on actually talking about this a lot, but let's go on to the next question. So the next question is, what is this? What is this turbulence doing to the economies of Morocco, of Nigeria, and of Ukraine? So I know that the broader context in each of these places is very, very different. So I think it'll be really good to hear from each one of you, starting with Nadia. Great.
First of all, as mentioned by Sergey, we were importing wheat from Ukraine, and we couldn't not only import enough quantity, but we suffered with payment systems, because sometimes we are not part of any war, any sanctions, and we are not independent only on payment systems. So we end buying later than the developing country what we need, wheat, energy, medicine, paying it at a higher price because we pay it later, and struggle with this payment system which costs more. So it's not that we are just suffering from the increase of the prices, but all the process is being more expensive. Of course, we are hit also by the decrease in the demand. So in Europe, they have a growth less than 1%. We need a growth of 4%. And so we had to diversify our economy. We've been struggling in 22-23, and it costed a lot of fiscal measures to tackle the inflation. We were around 6.2 in 23, and we finished the year in 24 with an inflation of less than 1%, 0.9. It means a lot of effort, a lot of policies, but we have no more buffers and fiscal buffers to be confronted to a new increase in prices. This is really very, I would say, practical spillovers of these tensions. And moreover, what is the most difficult thing is the uncertainty, which affect investors, local investors, but also all the FDIs, because we had a very nice trajectory, but everyone is waking up in the morning and seeing what have been announced the night before and how it would be affecting the future. We need peace to trade, we need peace to develop, and we need visibility. And this is, I would say, one of the biggest risks I see is that we need to plan for the mid and long term, and we have the discipline for this, but unfortunately, the day-to-day shocks and crises needs immediate and expensive responses.
Thank you, Indimi. I think I thank Sergey because he's allowed us to speak a little bit more narrowly about our own specific experience, and he's brought home the importance of world trade, the importance of peace, the fact that there are gains from trade, not just exporting but even importing, and it's an important part of a stable, growing economy that can attract investment. Of course, he has mentioned we import from Nigeria, imports wheat, imports from Ukraine. We import 6 million tons of wheat a year for our millers to process into foods. And of course, with the disruption, that meant that we suffered shortage, we suffered high prices, and in fact, we have elevated inflation, and Nadia, 6% is, you're doing very, very well. The governor of Central Bank is here, and of course, he's leading that fight against inflation caused by disruption in world trade. And food inflation is actually 40% of our overall inflation. So when you have a CPI that has a 40% food, and food goes up in price the way it has, we have eye-watering inflation that is really occupying the minds of both the monetary and the fiscal authorities in Nigeria, and inhibiting in serious ways our need to, as we survey what has been happening over the last decade, we commit ourselves to building a resilient economy, and an economy that can attract private flows, not just concessional funding, but can attract private flows. And so the key element that is an open world trading system is something that we will continue to advocate for. But as I said earlier, we'll also focus on trying to build up our intra-African trade, our regional trade. We have 5 or 6 trading blocks in Africa, and we need to, we have the agreements in place. We have the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, but we need to drive home its efficacy much more. And in a world where the kind of shocks that have occurred in the last, in recent years and are still ongoing, it just emphasizes for us the need to look inwards. But I must end by saying that no matter how we commit to sensible policies that build macroeconomic stability, that attract investment, and that allow us to manufacture, allow us to add value, and even increase the complexity of our economies. If there is no open world trading system, where do we go with our manufactured exports? Where do we go with our processed resources? I think that's the issue of the moment.
Sergey,
I would like to shed some light of optimism on the future, because we are trying to kind of gloomy discussions about our weakness, but I think that in our weakness, our strength, and it's here in Saudi Arabia we can feel these freedoms which desert can provide. Desert is a very important place, and which tested endurance and constancy to prove whether they are good enough. And I believe that it's a good example for all of us to be tested, to prove that we are good enough, either to show that we are strong enough to trade, either to be strong enough to be resilient. And I think that our determination to show that we are able and capable, our perseverance to overcome any challenges, is a good example that what we should do. It's not only philosophical words, it's a practical solutions. If you remember in 2023, it was a kind of agreement. We tried to collaborate to create this open route from our wheat through Black Sea. And we managed it using support of our friends from Turkey, from different Arab nations. It helped dramatically, but then it's gonna stop. And what we realized that the only way to help ourselves is to find means in ourselves. And now we are able to export necessary commodities from our Black Sea ports, using our own strengths and our willingness and determination. And this is a good answer of possible behavioralistical approach different countries towards trades and towards different situations which can arise from challenges and from issues. And again, I want to be back for desert. It's like desert, but in any desert which tested your strength and determination, it will be a well when you can find water.
Very good. So, you know, from your responses, 3 things struck me. The first one is that it's clear that that what was happening in Ukraine was affecting everybody. First, of course, directly through grain prices. Second one, as you said, that that at the time that Morocco was more deeply integrating into European markets, European growth slowed down, and in part it was because of that. And then the third part, as you both said, you and Wale both said, that you actually had a drop in both because of the uncertainty as well as because of the trade flows, because of that you had drops in the flows of investment, both domestic as well as foreign. That's the first one. The second thing, though, is that I looked at the numbers for Morocco, Nadia. So, trade is still growing, right? And trade has been helping Morocco's GDP. I saw that, in fact, during these tough years, you've actually managed to do pretty well in terms of the GDP growth. Nigeria, not so much, right? And I guess in the case of Ukraine, the war just dominates all of these other changes, right? I mean, in terms of the turbulence in trade and things like that. The other thing that struck me when I looked at the numbers for the three countries is that these countries, that your countries don't seem to be integral part of value chains that involve China. So China's long lockdown, for example, probably did not affect you nearly as much as it did other countries in Asia as well as North America. But neither could you benefit from replacing China in these supply chains like countries like Vietnam and Mexico have. But do you have any thoughts about that, Nadia?
Actually, we were indirectly affected, especially for the logistics, and we had to build a vaccine factory after COVID, and we were very surprised by the logistics because we had to import technology from China. So indirectly, we are affected, but we. In the near location or really a location, we see it really as an opportunity for Morocco. By boat, we have 14 kilometers from Europe, and we have discussion even with the Chinese company who are considering Morocco as a platform, not only for logistics and also for industry. We are we have a very bold, I would say, strategy also for automotive industry, and we cannot be part of the future if we are not investing in the electric car. And you know that the technological solution of electric battery are definitely coming from China. So we don't have a direct, I would say, and strong impact, but we see it more as an opportunity for our future.
Thank you. I think I'll take a lead from what Nadia has just said, that, we need to take the opportunity. So what you have described in the mate was that at a time when there was disruption in the international trade order, in the flow of goods, we could not take advantage of it. We didn't have the capacity, we didn't have the opportunity to add value and take advantage of the fact that a competitor was now out of the market. And that's precisely what I think developing countries need to address, and that's what we're addressing in Nigeria. Clearly, the first call has to be in terms of international trade, exports, getting the traditional exports up. And that is exactly what Nigeria has done, and it's increased oil output and sales from 1.2 million barrels a day to nearly 1.8 million barrels a day, which is natural. You have to look for money in the first instance where you can get it. But most importantly, at the same time, the macroeconomic reforms have been aimed at not just making the country more resilient, but also allowing attraction of the capital, private capital, that will now help to diversify the economy and increase manufactured and other value-added exports. And the other opportunity there is in services. As you know, we have Africa, and particularly countries like Nigeria, very young population that is going to export services that will in fact be the workforce of the world because the population in Nigeria is about to double. By 2050, will have doubled from around 200 million now to 400 million. So that is another aspect of international trade, trade in services, which I think will be a large part of what Nigeria will look to in future to make the country more resilient.
You've started to answer the third question already, but I thought I would turn to Sergey because we're almost out of, I guess we only have about 10 minutes. So I wanted to start to get to the third question, Sergey, which is, what are your countries doing about all of this? So we go from the analytical to the passive to the active now and say, you know, what are the 2 or 3 big things that Ukraine is going to do to respond to all of this turbulence, and then Nigeria, and then Nadia?
Yeah. First of all, we are responding for all of the challenges we have, and we show our strengths not only military, but also economically. And I believe that during these years we prove that we are capable. We prove that we can manage country in very strong conditions. We can have address very unspecific issues which not of us can be trained. And macroeconomic stability is a key anchor of Ukraine's ability to withstand any issues we have right now. And I want to praise our cooperation with IMF. It provides us necessary relief. It provides us anchor for any possible negotiation with our partners to attract either money to fund our budget or to investment in Ukraine, because it creates some kind of proof that Ukraine managed situation rather well. And now we approach into the 7th review, and I hope that we can do well and we successfully can get this review. And another issue is possible solutions which can country provide for these issues which we discuss. Of course, I mentioned it's in my first statement that we would like to have free trade agreement with all countries, because for Ukraine it's like the possible solutions to attract investment and to give our opportunity for our economy to flourish. And we would like not to have any barriers with different countries. We would like to have solutions to free flow of goods, services and capitals. And third question, probably some internal choices or policies which countries can provide to change at least conditions within country. We tried hard to stabilize situation and try hard to manage to provide some kind of support for our business which operates in Ukraine. We are trying to attract foreign direct investment, but it's rather a challenging issue during the war. Despite of that, we provide some kind of war insurance, etc. But for our business which operate of Ukraine, we try to show that government in a great support. The government can provide them some kind of loan guarantees, and it helped dramatically during this time. Also, we try to establish some kind of environment which based on basic principles, rule of law, and protections of rights and poverty. And it's cornerstones of any possible success. And the conducting reform in Ukraine, we're trying to establish these key milestones, trying to be able to be transparent, accountable as a partner. Thank you.
Very good. Vale.
Thank you, Indamid. I doff my hat to Sergey, and of course, what we are dealing with is nothing like what he and the rest are dealing with in Ukraine. But we are facing and have faced boldly the situation that we had and that we inherited and that we met. And the first thing was to be realistic and to implement sensible policies led by a removal of subsidies, a range of subsidies, a couple of subsidies that were costing 5% of GDP and totally impeding the fiscal landscape. But on the back of that, and I must say that although we do not have funding as such, except the historical funding from the COVID era from IMF, we have also had tremendous assistance in terms of thought leadership that is helping us to provide and communicate with much more robust data our reforms in a way that is helping us to attract investment. So we are grateful to the IMF for that. But critically, we are focusing, and I think the multilateral institutions can also help us here, on the regional trading blocks, the ECOWAS bloc, as well as that's the Economic Community of West Africa, as well as, of course, the continental free trade area. And where the multilaterals can help us, I think, is in opening up the linkages, the logistics, the payment systems, and even regional transactions and regional projects, such as the Trans-Sahara gas pipeline from Nigeria through Niger, all the way through Algeria, and providing a source of gas to Europe. Those are the types of transactions that we need to focus on to maximize the internal African market and what it can do working together to produce for the rest of the world. And I've already talked about the fact that our human capital, as we are providing a production line of talented, skilled workers who the rest of the world at some point or the other, and on some terms or the other, is taking, we need to keep that production line going by investment in human capital. And finally, what we are doing is we are coping, and I think it's a continental-wide, if not an emerging markets economy-wide issue, and that is elevated debt levels and amidst relatively low growth. And I think we need concerted global action in that area, because no matter our successes now and our attempts to build resilience into our economies, a fall in commodity prices would be a very serious shock to deal with at this time. Thank you.
Very good, very good, very good. Nadia.
Well, as I would say, optimistic answer, we're blessed with the vision of His Majesty because we have a long-term vision and a big ambition for the country. This is very important, but with a disciplined, I would say, policy making. So to be in our DNA, we are firmly open to the global trade. We are diversifying our markets with FTIs. We are diversifying the economy. This is very important. Except from agriculture, none of the sectors represent more than 10%, which allow for resilience. We also are developing world-class infrastructure. I'll get back to this, and deepening our participation in global value chain by training, innovation, green energy, and we think that technology and digital is a way for all the emerging markets to leapfrog so many areas. I'm back to the world-class infrastructure. We have a Tangier-Med port, the first container port in Mediterranean that is linked to 70 countries and 180 ports. And now we are having ports also on the Atlantic side. And this infrastructure allows for trade, but it is also to share. And we have the Atlantic Initiative launched by His Majesty to open this infrastructure, especially the Atlantic ports, to the Sahel countries in Africa that have no access to logistics, to ports. And we also, and Wally have mentioned it, have this pipeline gas that is very important. Morocco is already connected to the energy market in Europe. Gas, we buy electricity for the Spanish market, but we need this market to be efficient because we are preparing gas and we need to sell it also to the market. And I want to talk about this example to say that we strongly believe that the long-term solution is regional integration. But for this, we don't have financial means and solutions. Banking sector have been, I would say, exited by all the international players in Africa, which is not a good trend. We have no solutions for the SMEs, for export credit, for financing. We don't even have visas for these SMEs that wants to go and buy technology or look for customers. And we lack financing for regional initiative. We can have some concessional financing for local programs, but if we want integration, we need also financial solution for regional, I would say, regional integration. That's my answer. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. I think we are almost towards the end, but so I'm hearing three things. The first one is that it appears that all of you are taking the changes that are happening abroad not as temporary but as permanent, right? And so you're turning local much more to turning inwards, but in a good way, right? This means improving domestic supply chains, domestic infrastructure. It also means relying more on domestic demand and things like that, and trying to improve competitiveness, small, medium firms, etc. The second one, I think what you're saying is that you're getting more into more regional and bilateral agreements. I think that there was the fourth question that I had asked you to prepare for, which was, what should the IMF and the World Bank and others do? I didn't give you a chance to respond, and that was intentional, by the way. But I think that you responded anyway. I think what you're asking for is much more work on regional, especially regional integration issues, right? As well as infrastructure finance and longer-term development finance and so on. The third thing that I saw when I looked at the numbers for each of your countries is that like a lot of other small economies, your countries have also tried to keep away from trade distorting measures. That's not something that you can say about the larger G20 economies. And I don't know if I can show the last slide now. If you can switch to that, I can, yeah. There's a slide I want to show here. It's a somewhat complicated slide, but what it looks at is per capita income of the country on the x-axis and the number of measures in log terms on the y-axis. And when the folks who ran these numbers, they came to me and they said that, what is happening is that richer countries are imposing more trade distorting measures. But what struck me about this actually was that larger countries are imposing much more trade distorting measures. So if you look at the countries above that line, right, they look like, I think the best way to describe them would be the G20 countries. So I showed this chart to my boss and I told him that, next time you go to a G20 meeting, tell them that they are the problem, right? And of course he didn't listen to me, that's why he's still my boss. But if you look over here, you see that there's one exception among the G20 countries which is below the line, and that is Saudi Arabia. So maybe Saudi Arabia can actually give this message to the G20. Then if you look at other countries, like the other two countries that you should look at, one is Ukraine over there, which is below the line, of course. And then Egypt. Rania will be very happy to see that Egypt is actually a great practitioner of this. And I think that Nigeria and Ukraine and Morocco don't even show up on this chart, I think, because I think it's because you have generally been on the right side of this whole thing, right? Okay, so I know that we are out of time, but thank you very, very much for an excellent set of interventions. I think just to conclude, I would sort of say that we are on a knife's edge today. I think that there is a sharper distinction between, an increasingly sharp distinction between retaliation and reciprocity. And if emerging economies retaliate by raising tariffs when advanced economies impose restrictive measures, I think it will be bad news for the world. If they take advantage of the reciprocity rules by lowering their trade restrictions, by essentially becoming even more open to trade in goods and services, more open to capital flows, I think this turbulence could actually end up helping all of us. Thank you very much for this.
Esteemed guests, another round of applause for our panelists and moderator for their insightful remarks. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we now have an important session on productivity in emerging markets and developing economies, challenges and opportunities. To kickstart this session, we would like to call off an important offer whose insights will set the stage for today's discussion. Please join me to welcome Dr. Leslie Teo, Director of AI Products at AI Singapore and former Chief Economist and Head of Investment Strategy at GIC Singapore.
Apologies, I'm missing the clicker. Could someone pass me the clicker, please? Thank you. The clicker. Well, we get the clicker. Assalamu alaikum. It's an honor for me to be here. It's a privilege to be talking about productivity and artificial intelligence. So why is artificial intelligence an important topic to discuss with you? For me, AI presents both a positive, great opportunity to boost productivity, but at the same time, it's actually a risk to global divergence. For AI to truly benefit all of us, including those of us in the emerging world, as well of those of us in the developed world, and also those of us among our citizens, AI must be guided by sound and wise policies. For me, AI has to be built for and by all of us, not just AI experts and tech enthusiasts. This morning, I have 3 key messages. First, I do apologize. I do have to talk about AI. It sounds more like hype, but I'd like to give you a sense of why this is a transformative technology. Second, it's a lot more accessible than you might imagine. You might have those telling you you need lots of infrastructure, GPUs, data centers, but I want to show you that it's a lot more accessible. But third, it will require hard work to make this technology useful and widely adopted among our citizens so that it is not a force for divergence. In essence, this is not a technical challenge. It's about societal transformation, and it requires leadership. So to set the context, let me show you 2 videos.
AI has replaced most jobs, granting superpowers to elite corporates and big tech giants, while leaving the emerging and developing world scrambling in the digital dust, struggling to find their place. Education becomes a luxury for the few. Premium AI tutors serve only the privileged, sculpting futures aligned with elite strategies. The elite now wield AI like a magic wand, strategizing on the fly, outpacing competitors and setting the rules of the game. But for most, these high-tech solutions spark distrust and rejection. When innovation isn't shared equally, society grows wary and divided. Progress for most of humanity ultimately stops and stagnates. And when AI is used to control rather than empower, the digital divide widens further, fueling suspicion and social unrest. By 2035, AI is used to optimize and organize society for the benefit of the few. And as the silent algorithms shape our world, one eerie question lingers: who truly holds the reins of human destiny?
Or this future.
Emerging Markets 2035. AI isn't just for Silicon Valley anymore, it's part of everyone's lives. Maria's AI-powered farm doubled the yield, half the water, mitigating climate change. Grandma's chicken, quicker than a selfie and in her own language, no more long waiting times. Personalized AI tutors for every student. AI levels the playing field for all learners. Thanks to sound policies, good investments, and private-public partnerships, emerging markets use AI to solve pressing problems, creating new jobs, improving quality of life, and reducing digital divides. One last thing. IMF consultations with AI agents now happens in 24 hours without travel. AI agents speaking every language under the sun and doing deep research.
Let's be frank. Lots of AI conversations are dominated by the advanced economies. I don't like that term. And big tech. So it's natural to ask, why is AI relevant to us? Is it actually a priority? Leslie, we have more difficult problems, more pressing problems, trade tensions, macroeconomic stability, geopolitics, infrastructure gaps, education and healthcare needs, and climate change. Can't we wait? Isn't AI a luxury we can come back to later? Certainly, if we look at some of the work done by the IMF, it hints at this as a possible option. Only 40% of jobs estimated by the IMF to be disrupted in emerging markets compared to 60% in the advanced economies. So can't we wait? I will argue this is a grave and profound mistake. First, productivity in the emerging world has halved since 2008. If we exclude China and India, the situation is more troubling. We desperately need new engines of productivity and growth. Second, our traditional channels to boost productivity, channels that I benefited from, trade, investment, open markets, sectoral shifts, urbanization, are all facing unprecedented headwinds. In the midst of this, it's important to remember that technology has been humanity's greatest driver of productivity. For this phase of AI, company and sector level studies show that productivity can improve, somehow there seems to be a magic number, by around 30%. Notwithstanding a recent article in the Economist, one differentiating thing about AI is that it actually can close capability gaps if done correctly. It's a force to level the playing field. Macroeconomic estimates of the impact of AI are wide, partly because it's very difficult to imagine the new jobs and the new ways of doing things. But I think it's fair to say most are positive, and the upside is great. But none of this is guaranteed. For AI to really bring benefit, for it to help all of us, all of our societies, it needs proactive and wise policies. In particular, policies to improve and help innovation, policies to foster widespread adoption and adaptation, and critically, policies to manage the risks and disruptions that come from AI. I will talk about these policies, but let's answer the first question. Why, Leslie, are you focusing on AI? AI is already impactful. But the thing I'd like to convey to all of you is that it is improving rapidly. And there are three reasons for this. First, AI is learning to learn in much more powerful and better ways. Modern AI systems already learn from our data. They now learn on synthetically generated data, and now they are learning from each other. This is a powerful force. Second, computing power continues to grow at an exponential pace. In hardware, Moore's law continues. That's a logarithmic chart, so that's an exponential process. Continues to double every 2 years. In software, capabilities are tripling every year. Open competition fuels innovation. Here is a chart with two numbers, published articles on AI and models hosted on Hugging Face. Numbers are truly exponential. This results in ever skyrocketing capabilities for these models. This is a chart of the current frontier models. The GPT-4 or the Claude that you use today is not the same as the one you used just a few months ago. And the price of deploying AI continues to fall. It's 100 times cheaper today than just 24 months ago, actually about 12 months ago. So, Your Excellencies, let me emphasize this. The capability and the cost of using AI is not just improving and falling rapidly. It seems to be doing so at an exponential pace. This means AI is ever more accessible, and if you made the decision a week ago, actually this week, it's even more capable and it's cheaper. Okay, this is nice, it's a good technology. Actually, is it actually useful? Let me give you a real world example of something that's based on generative AI. This is Farmer Chat, developed in India and in Africa. Farmer Chat doesn't require huge amounts of infrastructure. It's essentially a service that you can use on any phone that gives farmers advice in local languages. In pilots, it's shown to improve yields by 20 to 30%. And because of this technology, it was set up in months, not years, and the cost is modest. And again, this is not theory, it's a real use case today. Before talking about specific policies though, I'd like to address perhaps other doubts that you might have. For me, I've heard this many times, that AI is really for the wealthy countries and big tech. It's not relevant. We don't have enough resources. It's a myth. The fact is, AI is a unique phenomena. It's a powerful technology undergirded by open source. This means AI itself, the code, the data, the know-how is actually out there for free. For those of us who are trained in finance, it's hard to believe, but it is true. Case in point, Meta's Llama, frontier models for everyone, for free. Ollama is an open source project to bring these models to desktops and laptops, so you don't need to use GPUs. So everyone can use it for free. DeepSeek punctures the myth that it's only for a select few. The second myth I've heard is that we should prioritize infrastructure first. But the fact is, AI and infrastructure are not mutually exclusive. They are mutually reinforcing. In addition, AI can help us leapfrog many of the ways we would need to do infrastructure and can create new solutions. Is this a figment of my imagination? Think of the mobile revolution and what it did to emerging markets. Myth number 3, I think this is particularly pernicious. Let's wait, let the advanced countries figure it out and we follow. Fact, no one knows. And AI is a technology that thrives and will become useful only with experimentation and the opportunity to actually use it. Emerging markets, we may not lead on the frontiers of this research, but we have many problems. And we can use the AI to solve those problems, thus putting us on a path to making sure the AI benefits all of us. Fourth, we are small and irrelevant. I think factually this is wrong. Not in number of population, 85% of humanity is in the emerging world and this will grow. But more importantly, we actually have many problems in education, in healthcare, in infrastructure, for which AI can be a great tool to solve. And if we use AI, we make that AI ours, and we make it inclusive for all of humanity. Again, figment of my imagination? Mobile payments, QR code, invented in Japan and Europe, but made into a global technology by the emerging world. So what are some concrete steps that we can take? There are three, in my view. First, we have to help our society, our citizens, understand and adopt this technology, including the limitations and the risk of this technology. We have to foster public trust so that they will use it, but they know how to use it wisely. We may have to be proactive and deal with disruptions, including de-skilling and job losses. For me, maintaining public trust is why governance and ethics in AI are important. Obviously, we need to balance this against stifling innovation and growth, but we need to maintain the public trust. And lastly, yes, some investments are needed. But for me, the most critical investments are really in your local AI, your AI talent, your human AI talent. And secondly, digital and cloud connectivity. And in this respect, regional cooperation, sharing with the skills and expertise that we have is crucial. Again, not just theory. In Southeast Asia, my team and I, we have a collaboration with 30 other teams in all over Southeast Asia, working together to solve some of these AI problems. Your Excellencies, the cost of inaction, in my view, is asymmetrical. AI is a technology that will compound for those who master it. For those who are left behind, the gap will continue to widen and broaden, perhaps permanently. In conclusion, I'd like to make a personal reflection. I was born in an emerging market country. I witnessed, benefited from, and then preached the modern technology of my generation, which was macroeconomic stability, openness, markets, trade. These technologies brought the emerging world great prosperity. However, we have to admit that we may have underestimated the societal pressures that came with these technologies. And therefore today, I still believe these are the right policies, but many of these policies are under attack. AI is a monumental, positive, potentially positive force that can boost productivity. We have the opportunity to shape it such that it will bring prosperity to all of our citizens, not just a few. This is a leadership challenge, not a technical challenge. Let us make AI a force for convergence, not divergence. And let us make the Hunger Games never happen. Shukran. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie Teo, for your insightful presentation. We'd appreciate if you can take a seat on stage. And building on the topic of productivity in emerging markets and developing economies, challenges and opportunities, I am honored to invite our distinguished panelists to join us on stage with Dr. Leslie. His Excellency, Mr. Faisal Brahim, Saudi Minister of Economy and Planning, Dr. Federico Sturzenegger, Minister of Deregulation and State Transformation of the Argentine Republic, Dr. Santiago Levy, Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution. Moderated by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Jasser, Chairman of the Islamic Development Bank Group.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be part of this wonderful get-together out in AlUla, reflecting on some of the great challenges but also the great opportunities facing our economies. Dr. Teo has already given us a wonderful introduction into this great technology that is now affecting our daily lives. He has demystified many of the myths that have been circulating all over the world about AI and technology at large. But also he had sobering messages for all of us on this development of the AI and how it can impact our lives and our development. This event, to my mind, is really an opportunity to reflect particularly as emerging economy and developing economy officials, thinkers, experts, specialists, about what can we do to advance the cause of development going forward using these technologies. This is the greatest challenge, but also it's the greatest opportunities. I heard the word leapfrogging many, many times during this conference. I hope that we can embrace that and truly follow the advice of Dr. Teo and do the doable, do what we can do to really advance the cause of development of our countries. Well, after Dr. Teo, we have a wonderful panel that each one of them has a wealth of experience and expertise, and they can share some of their thoughts. I will just quickly introduce them. His Excellency Faisal Ibrahim, the Minister of Economy and Planning of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Dr. Santiago Levy, Senior Fellow of the Brookings Institution, and His Excellency Dr. Federico Sturzenegger, the Minister of Deregulation and State Transformation of the Argentinian Republic. All of them will share their thoughts. After listening to Dr. Teo, I would like to turn to Mr. Al-Ibrahim to share some of his thoughts on the way forward, particularly learning from the experience of Saudi Arabia as it has tried and to a large extent succeeded in advancing its own diversification of its economy. It has been able to diversify its economic base, to reduce its reliance on oil. It has also succeeded in maximizing the non-oil revenues. It has also diversified its export base. So there are a lot of achievements that Saudi Arabia has been able to do, and I cannot find anyone better than Faisal, to give us a feel, give the audience a feel for that transformation and the way forward as we try to leapfrog and join the advanced economies. Faisal.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you, Dr. Teo. I think, first of all, of course, thanks to the Ministry of Finance and the IMF for arranging this convening. It's a great opportunity for us to try to take a break and think about the future more deliberately and compare notes. And obviously, thank you for picking this location. Even Saudi officials are thankful for picking this location. We do get a chance to enjoy it with the amount of work. But to your question, Your Excellency, I think there's a few things we need to keep in mind. One, it's clear from Dr. Teo's message, which I agree with, is there's a call for going back to some basics, some fundamentals in terms of what we need to do. If you look at most, obviously, emerging markets and developing economies, jumping from low growth or low income to middle income comes with great, I'd say, success, opening up on opportunities, creating growth opportunities, and so on and so forth. But there's a huge risk of being complacent. And Indramit talked about this when talking about middle income traps. I think what we're seeing with regards to generative AI and what it can do for a convergence versus a divergence means we need to take this risk even more seriously. It's very easy to feel complacent. Being in the middle is sometimes deceptive. You feel you are creating job opportunities and you're creating growth opportunities, that you are, the status quo is acceptable and there are no risks, when in reality, if you extend your investment horizon, you'll see there is a lot of risks and sustainabilities in question. That brings me to the Saudi example. Under the leadership of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, a bold decision was made to unlock the full potential of this economy, thinking long term, thinking big picture, to get out of depending on oil, to move towards this approach that some people may call leveraging or building on some creative destruction, but that created innovation top down from the public sector, but also opened the market for innovators from within, but from outside of the kingdom, to come in and help us diversify our sources of growth. There is traction, there is momentum, we're on track, but the job is not done yet. But this is an example of intrepid leadership that's required to kind of say, we will not accept the status quo. The status quo continuing means we will operate below our potential, which means we will operate at a loss, and the loss accumulates generation over generation to a point where it affects basic things such as household income. You won't see household income growing as it did in the past. I'm talking about middle income economies. So that's an example of what needs to be done. Paying attention to the importance of reforming, serious reforming as much as we can, is a basic ingredient, is a fundamental input that all emerging market economies and developing economies need to look at. And there are examples. It may sound easy for us to say we're an example, but some countries 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we talked about diversification, but it was hard to get the political will and the whole of government and whole of nation action behind it. Today we're seeing it and we're trying to make it count. Number two, I'd say, Your Excellency, it's not about adopting these transformative technologies. Transformative technologies is what's going to bring productivity solutions or productivity growth. That's what the world is lacking today. Most of the world is seeing a decline, apart from the US in the last year or two, but still it is a challenge. It's not just about adopting technology. It's not like emerging economies can come and say, I'll take this support package and I'll just one day on-off switch, adopt AI and catch up. It's not about that. It's about making sure you nurture the capabilities and the building blocks that are fundamental to be able to cope and capture the value from transformative technologies. In this scenario, we're talking about generative AI, and probably for the rest of our lives, it will be talking about generative AI and what will be built on it. But this includes leveraging the knowledge that is accumulated in economies and building on more knowledge, and kind of using that to your advantage. Even the most simple economies with the smallest structures in emerging market economies, such as a country A that relies on mineral resources that's been extracted by foreign companies, there is knowledge in mining in that country. And there is knowledge that that country can ask for from the companies that are working in that. So there is knowledge that can be fought for and leveraged. And the more there is knowledge, coupled with the second point, which is institutional capabilities in the public sector, the more you can get and reap the benefit from things such as generative AI. In the kingdom, you look at, there's a few sectors, but the easy sector to point to is energy. There's a lot of knowledge that accumulated in the sector, in the energy sector in the kingdom over the last few decades. There's institutional capabilities in the private sector there, and very recently with Vision 2030, even in the public sector. Because of that, we're seeing companies in generative AI flocking to companies such as Aramco and the energy sector because the use cases are clear, because the data is structured and ready to be used, and because they can quickly show value that can be contributed to this specific company or specific problem or specific cause. And with that, not only can you get value from these companies, but you also attract innovators. In generative AI, the kingdom's approach, which we had an AI strategy a few years ago, that has been scrapped since progress happened a year ago plus in generative AI, especially with ChatGPT, and a new strategy is put in place that more or less centers around three things: being a strategic and financial investor, a successful one; being part of the global value chain as much as possible, because the kingdom has a lot to offer, whether it's the cleanest hydrocarbon energy, renewable energy that's competitive, energy transition solutions and seriousness about carbon removal, talent, land, competitive regulatory environment, and agility that's even growing. But the third thing, and the most important thing, is becoming, in the public sector, in the private sector, in the NGO community, a power user of this tool. The more we can leverage our institutional capabilities, our data, and the accumulated knowledge to be serious users of this technology, the more we benefit as investors, the more we can create more value as a part of that value chain, but the more we can attract innovators and investors to the kingdom's role in generative AI. I have more comments, but maybe I think with
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. This is very important. I was going to go to Dr. Levy, but I thought what you mentioned about it's not just a technology. It's really the framework within which and the institutional setup within which that technology can be utilized to advance the cause of development and the cause of productivity enhancing measures. And that's because Minister Sturzenegger is embarking in his own country on such reforms, and he's been called the deregulation Tsar. And I thought that this is probably very interesting to connect what His Excellency Minister Faisal mentioned to move to the experience that you are having, particularly with deregulation. And if you could even explain the difference between deregulation and decontrol, because sometimes there is a bit of a confusion between the two. Decontrol is very desirable. Deregulation has to be, because you need, in a market economy, you always need some regulation, but it should not be an intrusive regulation. Mr. Minister.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I have some slides, so maybe we can put them on to talk about this issue. Let's see. Can we get the slides on, please? Yeah, that's Santiago's. The other presentation, please.
Sorry, I guess I switched the order.
You switch the others. It's the other. So there we go. Okay, so thank you, and I think certainly the challenges posed by AI are very important in terms of how we're going to regulate or deregulate, how much freedom are we going to give to the discussion of AI. So I'm going to pick up on Leslie's thought-provoking presentation, and ask myself, the first thing I want to ask myself is to what extent what we're seeing with AI is different from what we've seen in the last, say, 200 years. So this graph here shows the rate of growth of world GDP. I'm sure most of you know this graph. This is in log scale. So the slope of this curve is the rate of growth of world GDP. And we can see that over the last, after about, say, 17 centuries of pretty much stagnation, in the last 200 years, the world has exploded in terms of growth. And I think AI, if anything, what's going to change this process is that it's going to accelerate it. But it's pretty much the process that we've been following. I think the process over the last 200 years has been tremendously successful. So I'm pretty much more on the optimistic side of the impact of AI than on the pessimistic side. But if you notice on the two videos that Leslie showed us, the concern was on the labor market. How is the labor market going to evolve as a result of AI? Is it going to be a divisive labor market? It's going to be a more inclusive labor market. And I think much of the discussion on AI has to do with that. So I want to push a slightly different angle to it, which is, what is the effect of AI on asset prices? There's going to be an effect on the labor market, but there's going to be an effect on asset prices as well. For example, this graph here shows the cost of solar energy, how it has fallen. It has fallen 90% in the last 20 years. And this happened actually without AI. So if AI increases and accelerates the process of energy transformation, it's going to generate a big impact on both on the price of energy and the assets which are related. I come from a country which is very strong in natural gas, not to speak about Saudi Arabia. So I think AI has an impact on the labor market. It's also going to have an impact on the price of commodities and therefore on the assets related to those commodities. Let me give you a second example, which is agricultural land. I come from a country which is very strong in agricultural land, agricultural products, but the progress in the productivity in agriculture, which comes not only from the information dissemination that you were showing, Leslie, but also on biotech and improvements like that, is actually generated as a secular decline in the price of agriculture, and therefore that's going to have an impact on the price of land. Okay, so I think AI has an impact on the labor market. It also has an impact on commodity prices. It has an impact on asset prices, and I think that's the first point I want to make. The second point is on perhaps what I would call the most important variable to think about when thinking about the world in the next 20, 30 years, which is demographics. Demographics. If you look at the Japanese economy, the Japanese population is going to half, it's going to go to half in the next generation. If you look at China's population, is going to start declining. Europeans' population is going to start declining. Middle Eastern population is growing. African population is growing. And this, I think, is the most important variable to track, not only because of the political implications that it will have, and I think a lot of the political risks that we're seeing in the Western world in the last few years, I think, are associated to these dynamics, but also in economic terms. Because if you think, for example, of Japan, and Japan is halving the population, that means that they will have excess supply of infrastructure. They will have too many trains, too many houses, there wouldn't be no demand for construction inputs. So the impact of demographics on, again, how the emerging world and the world as a whole is going to evolve, I think it's actually pretty dramatic. A third point that I want to mention is about geographical distribution of economic activity. And let me introduce to you the textile watermill of New England, US, of the late 18th century. You see that this is a factory where textiles were produced, and it's powered by water. You put the mill where you had a river because the water actually moved the engines, etc. So if you look at economic activity in northeastern US during this period, it was very spread out, correct? Because basically you had to go to where the river was. You couldn't concentrate the activity in a single city. So the question is, if the world is moving to other sources of energy, say, for example, renewables, because of AI, because of technological progress, and electricity is much more difficult to transport than oil and natural gas, then that means that economic activity will have to move to where the energy is, as textile industry moved to where the rivers were when the source of energy was the river, no? So this is just an example of where you have wind power in the world. Well, you see there Patagonia. In my country, it's a lot of wind there, okay? Somalia, the Himalayas, Northern Europe. So I think also the world is going to be facing a challenge in terms of where economic activity is going to be deployed, and this has to have to do with the sources of energy the world will develop in the next 20, 30 years. Let me finish by focusing on your question, which had to do about deregulation and deconstruction, okay? And I want to talk about this, which I call the Baltimore effect. Baltimore, yeah? Look, if you see the picture, that's I don't know if you remember this, in 2024, a big ship hit a bridge in Baltimore, the US, and the bridge came down. Why do I mention this? Because after this, regulation in shipping tightened very significantly. Personally, in Argentina, we were kind of deregulating our navigation code, and everybody said, no, you cannot get rid of this because then you may have what happened in Baltimore. And then something else, and they say, no, don't get rid of that because, in Baltimore, a ship hit the bridge and we have this collapse. So what do I call the Baltimore effect is that eventually something bad happens. What happened had nothing to do with regulation, because what happened here is that the electricity of the boat failed and then the boat went adrift and it hit. There was nothing with regulation. But then that effect actually generated the justification for a lot of regulation in this industry. And I think this is very relevant for AI, because we're going to be evolving with AI. And then some things are going to happen. Some things are going to happen. Some nasty things are going to happen with AI. And we're going to get this initial compulsion to regulate everything so these nasty things cannot happen. And I think we have to avoid the Baltimore effect, because sometimes what we're trying to avoid has nothing to do with the reason that nasty thing happened. And if we over-regulate AI, I think we're going to risk stalling the potential that AI is going to generate for all the economies, particularly for emerging economies. And so I would really kind of finish with this word of caution that we have to be very clear that we have to let AI deploy itself and explore its possibility and not tie it down as soon as some things happen along the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very insightful expose. And now I turn to Dr. Levy, and it's a very good way to move from allowing AI to develop with the least possible strings, if possible. Dr. Levy, you had an article and you have explained how to enhance productivity using AI. But at the end also, you warned about that there are downsides to that. Could you elaborate on these, partly based on what has Dr. Teo and the Minister have mentioned also?
With pleasure. First of all, good morning, and express gratitude to the International Monetary Fund and to the government of Saudi Arabia, the Finance Ministry, for their hospitality. It's a great pleasure to be here. I also have a very few slides. If they can put the slides, hopefully the order didn't come back, but if they can find the slides for my presentation.
Slides, please.
There we go. Thank you. Okay. My remarks will actually be centered on a subset of emerging market economies. I'm not really thinking about this region of the world. I'm thinking mostly about sub-Saharan Africa, perhaps some countries in MENA, and certainly many countries in Latin America. So when I think of AI, the first thing we have to think about is, on what economic structure is this technological change taking place? This is very different from technological change taking place in Germany or France vis-a-vis the economies of Peru or Bolivia or even Mexico. In these economies, about half of the labor force works self-employed. In some countries, 60–70% of the labor force works self-employed or works in very, very small firms. And there's a lot of productivity dispersion. The key point is these economies are characterized by very, very few large or middle-sized firms. So there are very few firms that can actually engage in technology adoption, because for people that are self-employed or for people that are working in very small unproductive firms, it's extremely difficult to carry out technology adoption. So what might happen with a positive technology shock, like the case of AI, is that you will have an increase in the dispersion of productivity in the countries. And so let me give you an example from my own country. If the IMF was going to rate Mexico, they give us an A+. Good macro stability, low inflation, open international trade, explosion manufacturing exports. We export $500 billion worth of manufactures. Everything is well. Except that in Mexico there's been zero productivity growth over the last 20 years, in the same way that in some countries in MENA, despite positive technological change, there's been zero productivity growth, in the same way that in many countries in the region has been zero productivity growth. So how do we make compatible the idea that there's a large positive shock on technology taking place, like AI, but in the aggregate, productivity is not going up? And this graph, you can maybe not see it, but in red you see the distribution of firm productivities in 2018, and in blue the distribution of firm productivities 20 years earlier. Technology has barely shifted the productivity of the country, but what is very important to highlight is very few firms become extremely productive. The right tail of the productivity distribution, where the large firms are, become more productive. What's even more amazing is the left tail, even more firms become more unproductive. And the difference between the more productive firms and the smaller productive actually widens. And this has very large and very deep distributional implications. If the productivities of firms begin to widen in the country, the distribution of income begins to also polarize in the country. And what we need to be careful and expect are very large shifts in the distribution of income associated with AI. Probably a fall in the labor share, and probably a fall in the share of low-skilled workers. And this is a very complex process to manage from the social point of view. I end with this slide. What AI will force us to do is they will have to force us to rethink the structure of social protection in our countries. On the one hand, we have to ask ourselves, what sustains the fact that many low productivity firms subsist? And it has to do with many economic policies that actually allow low productivity firms to subsist in the market. Has to do with dual social insurance regimes, with special tax regimes for small firms, with very low enforcement. We call all this under the large informal sectors that characterize our countries. I'm speaking again of sub-Saharan Africa. I'm speaking again mostly of Latin America. Perhaps some countries in MENA also fit into this picture. And in these countries, what we need to think is the labor markets are completely sclerotic. The labor markets are regulated thinking about 19th century technologies in which jobs are going to be permanent in the same firm. And the whole structure of social protection is not working in two senses. It is impeding productivity growth because it allows low productivity firms to persist and it allows large self-employment, but it's also not protecting well the labor force because more than half of the labor force is left out. So I end with a large challenge posed by AI. Leslie said, yes, there is a societal challenge. This is not only about computer centers and big data management. This is about rethinking the social contract in a way in which every member of society can participate in the gains of technological change and at the same time avoiding a policy response which is natural but flawed to try to protect people by making low productivity firms survive. So we have to rethink social protection very much at the same time that we're thinking, and we're all excited, how are we going to put AI into my country? Before we ask that question, I think we have to ask the question, how are we going to rethink social protection and the social contract in our country to be ready for AI? Thank you.
Thank you very much for a great intervention. Now that we've heard from everyone, I was going to go back to Leslie and see if he has any additional comments based on what he has heard. Okay, then we have a few minutes left, so I will go back to Minister Al-Ibrahim and see if he has any more reflections on the small and medium-scale industries. I mean, those are the core of any emerging economy. I mean, emerging economies that make it are the ones that really help small and medium-scale industries create the enabling environment for those to operate. As Leslie mentioned, the good thing about AI is that it's open source, it's available for anybody. So with our demographics and our level of education, we have young people that are getting into this game and enhancing their own productivity and the productivity of the economy within which they operate. So
sure.
Please
Absolutely.
give us a bit of your thoughts on this.
Sure, Your Excellency. Maybe three quick, quote-unquote, quick comments. One, I'd say it's important that we don't get complacent. I think my conclusion from this whole discussion, from Dr. Teo's presentation, is that we need bold leadership. We need to avoid becoming complacent. Even a nation and an economy going through a massive transformation with a lot of momentum needs to remind itself not to get complacent. There are many policy decisions we are about to make that will help us accelerate even more our transformation. One of them is related to innovation-driven entrepreneurship. We want to see more innovation-driven entrepreneurship activity commensurate with the level of activity at Vision 2030 for many reasons, including it attracts innovators, it creates high-value jobs in the long term, it challenges and disrupts the incumbent industries, and then it ensures there's a continuous flow of new entrants into an economy that needs more private sector dynamism, that needs more research, development, innovation, applicability, and that needs more sustainable sources of growth. So this is something that's very important, and we are looking towards the massive infrastructure investments that the Kingdom has done, for example, even in e-government, and how that helped us grow very fast in e-commerce and fintech solutions. So I think that's one important angle. Maybe the other things that I'd recap with Your Excellency, and then maybe a question. I think it's important to build on human capital potential and continue to seek unlocking it. We have so many global initiatives that are targeting that. Even the Sustainable Development Agenda, which is not on track, has room for it to have a more focused, prioritized, contextualized subset of problem areas that can be fixed in the emerging market and developing economies that can really help us within the next 6 years move towards being in a better position than where we are today. I'd say reform. Even His Excellency, Mr. of Finance, Mohammed Al-Jadaan, said yesterday, we are even as a nation that is the top in ODA today, we're tying our foreign aid and assistance to multilateral platforms, including and especially the IMF, towards pushing more reform, to make more outcome, more value from every dollar, every real that is dedicated to supporting other economies. And that's important, but also it comes from within. There are, of course, the idea of focusing on building more knowledge accumulation. That's something that's a decision you either make or don't, and it requires a lot of institutional capabilities in the public sector to move forward. But maybe one thing that I think is very important and ties to the balance between avoiding pre-regulation, over-regulation on the one hand, and the need to, as Leslie said, globally collaborate on the future of what generative AI will look like, and maybe tomorrow other things, and make sure we have the right governance to get the second version of the video rather than the first version of the video, which is our global dialogue and global collaboration needs to move away from trying to solve for the least common denominator, needs to move away from trying to please everyone at the cost of offering a meaningful, serious solution to the problem. And I think that's what led us to go overboard in regulation sometimes and pre-regulation. And that's what led us to astray from achieving more impact and sustainable development agenda. I think moving forward, the way we collaborate needs to focus on real answers and real solutions to, and meaningful ones to clear problems.
Thank you. I will go back to our panelists for one final round quickly. I would start with Federico, because you were nodding when we were talking about the small and medium scale industries. And how can we use this technology now to level the playing field so these small and medium scale industries can really grow and become leaders in the economies? Please.
Thank you. No, I think that's a key dimension. I think we don't have to be complacent. I agree totally with that. I think we have to rethink social policy. I think the word is we have to be vigilant, because the uncertainty is so large and we really don't know where this thing is going to, that we have to be vigilant. I tend to be kind of on the optimistic side regarding the labor market. I'm going to give you 3 arguments for that. The first is, at the end of the 18th century, almost 90% of the US population worked in agriculture. Today, only 1% of the population works in agriculture. And at that point, people thought that the moving out of labor from agriculture was going to create these hordes of peasants kind of looking for a job, and nothing of that has happened. That's why I'm saying that if we kind of make an extrapolation from what has happened in the last 200 years, I think there's room for optimism. The second reason is that recent research on who are the beneficiaries of artificial intelligence, the high-skilled workers or the low-skilled workers, tend to point out that the low-skilled workers are the biggest beneficiaries within a firm of artificial intelligence. But perhaps the most important thing for me is education. Like, my kids don't read books, the textbooks in school, they don't read anymore. You know what they do? They watch videos on YouTube, and they learn from that. And if you think for a second about that, that means that every person in the world can get access to the best education in the world. And for 20, 30 years, we've been discussing the role of education in bringing up human capital. And then suddenly we have a technology which puts basically at the disposal of every single individual the possibility of the best quality education in the world. So I think that's very encouraging. I think that's a very important part of the story. Now, AI, as we said, is going to empower everybody. So the role of small-sized firms is very critical. We need to give freedom to small-sized firms to be able to develop. And here I think there's a very strong relation with deregulation. Because what I've discovered is that regulation benefits first and foremost the largest firms. Because regulation is a little bit like an entry barrier. It's an entry cost. And if this cost is very high, a large firm can go over that hurdle, but the small firm cannot go over that hurdle. So the regulation is actually, I say it's very much a small and medium-sized enterprise policy. It's also, let me say, probably not a problem in this country or in the developed world, but certainly a problem in the region of the world I come from. The regulation is also an anti-corruption policy, because the less regulation you have, the less opportunities for corruption you have, no? So I think deregulation is a key ingredient. Having a more freer economic environment is a key ingredient of the potential for small and medium-sized firms in the near future, and I think that is even more so relevant given the development of AI.
Thank you. You have a couple of minutes, please, because we're running out of time. Please.
Thank you. I think the debate about the size of firm, it's not so relevant as the debate about the productivity of firms. What we really care is that productive firms are in the market and unproductive firms get out of the market. Sometimes we can have very large firms that are very unproductive and some small firms that are very productive. What we want is to generate an environment in which firm dynamics are constructive, Schumpeterian. Small firms that are productive grow, and small firms that are unproductive die. And the argument that I was making earlier is that in many of our countries, current labor market regulations and social policy regulations impede that process from happening. So that needs a rethink. If we really want to avoid the middle income trap along Intermediate's report, and there's a lot of literature on this, we really have to change the nature of dynamics, and it needs to think rethinking labor market regulations, social policy regulations, and even tax regulations for more firms. And then let firms be whatever size they have, as long as they're productive, and in parallel, protect people. Because people will need protection, but we have to offer this protection separate from what's happening to firms. This is not the way it's structured today.
Professor Teo.
If I may, I'd like to focus on one practical thought to build on what the panelists have said. So for me, technology, AI is just this long trend that we're facing, changes the way, it's moving so fast, it challenges the natural way we do policy making. That's an important observation. The second observation for me is that in the technology and its use, we don't know. This means that, to answer your question, for me, we need to figure out how to experiment within the usual confines of our policy making so that we can allow things that work to thrive and shut down things that don't work very quickly.
Thank you very much for all of these very, very informative comments on a very important topic. I think, as Minister Al-Ibrahim mentioned, this country, there is a demographic dividend that is being cultivated by the government in a very forceful, very creative way. I think the same thing applies to all emerging economies. We are the largest in terms of population and area and all of that. And the good thing is that these technologies, such as AI, is available. The barrier to entry is not as big as it used to be in other technologies. So we have a great opportunity to really compete very constructively in the global economy and create better lives for our citizens. I thank Mr. Al-Jad'an and Mr. Al-Ibrahim for hosting this wonderful AlUla get-together. This apparently is going to be a landmark, so watch out, Jackson Hole, and we will, inshallah, meet again to discuss how we are reaping all the benefits of such technological breakthroughs. Thank you very much for everyone. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, for the insightful discussion. Let's take a short break, and we look forward to welcoming you back very shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will commence shortly. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And it is time for our second and final panel discussion of today's agenda, titled A Path for Emerging Market Resilience. It is my honor to invite to the stage our esteemed panelists. Mr. Fernando Haddad, Minister of Finance of the Federal Republic of Brazil. Her Excellency Dr. Raniel Michaud, Minister of Planning, Economic Development and International Cooperation of the Arab Republic of Egypt. His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Aurangzeb, Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue of the Government of Pakistan. His Excellency Mr. Mehmet Şimşek, Minister of Treasury and Finance of the Republic of Turkey. Moderated by Her Excellency Dr. Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund.
And a very good morning to everybody in the audience. I am very fortunate to be moderating this particular panel for two reasons. One is the topic. I have been advocating focus on resilience for many years, and especially since I became Managing Director of the IMF, because of the increased frequency and intensity of shocks and the importance for economies to build capacity to anticipate shocks and also to absorb the impact of these shocks. And the second reason I'm very fortunate is because of my panel, and I would ask the audience, give them an encouragement in advance, a round of applause, so they know we expect a lot from them. We have heard over these sessions quite a lot about the story of emerging markets in this context of talking about resilience. And the story is emerging markets in their vast majority over the last decades have built sound macroeconomic foundation. They have advanced institutional development, and as a result, they have demonstrated remarkable resilience to the shocks of the last years. There is a lot policymakers in emerging markets can be proud of. But emerging markets also face a much more complex environment. As I said in my opening, no more trade is the engine of economic growth, and that has been very valuable for emerging markets over the last decades. Exogenous shocks, in other words, things that you do not have under your control, are more frequent, and the aspirations of your people for better lives are unstoppable. You look at your fiscal space, how can you meet these aspirations, and how can you protect businesses and households from the turbulence in the world? I am going to pose that kind of questions in two groups. First, short-term challenges. We know that when you go back to your offices tomorrow, there would be a pile of issues on your desk to address. I want to first ask Minister Şimşek. You mentioned that you talked about that a few months ago, Government priority is price stability and restoring fiscal discipline. It is not only Turkey that meets these challenges, that faces these challenges. In the current, more uncertain global environment, how can you do it? How can you achieve those two priorities of price stability and fiscal discipline?
Well, thank you. First of all, I'm also delighted to be in such a beautiful setting, and I'm very grateful to, Brother Muhammad Jadan and Kristalina, to you for putting together such a great conference and inviting us. We've learned a lot. Regarding challenges to some of our key priorities, I would say that challenges when it comes to disinflation and restoring fiscal health is largely domestic. Inflation is coming down. It's still high, but it's coming down. And service prices tend to be very sticky. This is not unique to Turkey, but we have seen this in particular in rents, in education. There's a lot of backward indexation. That's number one. Number two, volatile food prices tend to complicate things. And finally, inflation expectations are improving, but it's been sluggish, in particular among households and among corporates, while markets obviously tend to have a better reading of what we are saying. So going forward, I think there is no substitute to better policies, as you've highlighted. The key is sound policies and good execution of those policies. So for this year, it's a combination of tight monetary policy and tighter fiscal policy this year, combined with more supportive incomes policy. So we think that this inflation will be sustained, and that's key to further improvement in expectations. When it comes to fiscal adjustment, I have to admit earthquake has been a big drag.
Yeah.
We've spent about $74 billion over the past 2 years, which is equivalent of just over 6% of GDP on earthquake reconstruction, because we are building cities from scratch. So it's really not easy. It's not just housing. Currently 450,000 units are under construction. It's the whole infrastructure. So last couple of years, fiscal deficit to GDP has been around 5%, which is relatively high by Turkish standards. This year we aim to bring it down to about 3%. So fiscal adjustment is underway, and this is key. This is not about debt sustainability, for your information.
Yep.
Turkey's gross debt to GDP ratio, public debt to GDP ratio, is about 25%. So this is more about extending a helping hand to the central bank to bring inflation down,
Yes.
to achieve price stability. Now, globally, of course, there are complicating factors, but I think I took a fair bit of time. It's largely domestic, and the delivery is there. It's just a matter of time.
It is a great point to make that you keep your house in order, you're better off in a more uncertain global environment. And I want to recognize that since you came into office, there has been a lot more calm when it comes down to markets in Turkey. You mentioned that for you, it is not a matter of debt sustainability. Your debt level is very low. Your neighbor, Minister Aurangzeb, the Minister of Finance of Pakistan, cannot say that, because for Pakistan, that is a significant burden. And you have to deal with it as you said, by having to face a twin deficit in the current account and deficit in the fiscal account. So how can you overcome that twin deficit? How can you address the pressure of debt? What do you see relevant for others from your experience?
So I would also like to start, Managing Director, in thanking you and Minister Al-Jadaan for the kind invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here. As you rightly point out, the bane of our country has been the twin deficits, and both on the fiscal side and the current account side. On the fiscal side of things, we have now achieved a primary surplus, and this is what we've been talking about over the last day and a half. You know, prudent fiscal management. So mobilizing the local resources, our tax to GDP ratio has been languishing between 9 to 10%. It sort of moved in the direction of 10.8% end of December. Managing Director, as you know, we have agreed to move it to 13.5% to Joint Committee of Nations and to bring a certain level of sustainability to the primary surplus that we have. On the other side, it's also discussion on the expenditures and making tough policy choices with respect to what is a good cost and bad cost. That's what I also heard over the last day and a half as well. So now it's sort of moving it towards sustainability, taxation, energy reform, and SOE reform, public finance. All of these come into the picture onto the fiscal side of things. On the current account side, obviously remittances and export. And we are very clear that on the export side, if we have to grow sustainably, it has to be export-led growth. And we have to fundamentally change the DNA of the economy, and we are working towards that. As a result of all of this, overall debt to GDP, which was north of 73%, has now come into mid-60s. And Managing Director, we just need to make sure that we make it sustainable as we go forward.
This is indeed the right trajectory, the right direction to travel. And I want to thank you for your dedication to stay the course. And for the audience, I can share with you a small secret. The minister likes his job despite all of the difficulties he faces. And I think some of the topics you touched upon for Pakistan, like privatization, dealing with the SOEs reforms, improving the overall performance of the economy, they are also challenges that Egypt faces. And I would turn to Minister Al-Mashat. I was very impressed to listen to your comments about Egypt's determination to bring forward these reforms when you were in Davos. And you explicitly talked about growth being a precondition for resilience. Can you tell us a bit more how Egypt thinks about a resilient economy for that more shock-prone world of ours?
Well, thank you very much, Managing Director, and I also want to thank Minister of Finance, Minister Gadaan, for hosting us here. We've learned so much from the interactions, and I look forward to coming next year again. Investing in resilience is an investment in the future, and if I want to dissect that into two fronts, there are first principles that we all agree on, which is macroeconomic stability. This is a necessary condition if we want to move forward on privatization, if we want to move forward on confidence and credibility internally and externally. So when we talk about the inflation, debt dynamics, when we talk about a prudent fiscal policy, all of these are necessary conditions to be able to go to the next step, which is to provide convincing structural reforms that again push the potential of the economy. When we take a look, in our case, we have done in March of last year very important policy reforms that have been able to bring back macroeconomic stability, particularly in the foreign exchange market. When we take a look at the fiscal targets, which have also been achieved, and most importantly, efficient resource allocation when it comes to subsidy reform. So these have been important ingredients that pave the way for, and another element has been efficient public investment. So there has been a retrenchment in public investment, and that has been reflected in GDP numbers right after March. You can see the manufacturing non-oil sector moving forward. We can see more exports taking place once the intermediate inputs into production were actually pushed. And also on the expenditure side, we see a resumption of private investments coming in. So there has been this combination of positive outcomes from the very stringent macroeconomic policies that have been, and of course inflation has been coming down as well. So this is what I would call first principles. All of us macroeconomists, whether you're in Minister of Finance, central bank governor, working on development so that you are able to achieve this tranquil environment in order to move ahead with respect to development objectives and aspirations. As you mentioned, people are at the core of what governments want to do with respect to maintaining macroeconomic stability and then pushing structural reforms to bring in private investments. So this is maybe the context of what many emerging markets need to do. Reform is a continuous process. We can never claim linearity today, because problems are becoming complex and the answers are also becoming complex, but you are rewarded when you are able to tackle complex situations in a positive way.
I saw your neighbor nodding when you talked about subsidy removal. This is really tough and a necessity that without it we can't really get our economies in good shape. So bon courage. Our next speaker, Minister Haddad, will speak in the beautiful language of his country. So please get ready, put your earphones. Minister Haddad, I want to start by thanking you for all you have done for the G20 presidency to bring the world together in a turbulent time. I want to ask you, how did the outcome of the G20 in terms of more focus on inclusive reforms, how does that impact your thinking? In Brazil, we know that there has been a bit of spike of inflation that leads the central bank, and rightly so, to tighten a bit. On the other side, on the fiscal side, you put forward a very comprehensive package of reforms. How do you see implementing these reforms, and how do you see bringing the public on board for them, the social support without which it is hard to get reforms implemented?
Queria, antes de mais nada, agradecer ao FMI e agradecer ao governo saudita pela hospitalidade e estarmos aqui tão bem acolhidos nessa extraordinária cidade de AlUla. Bom, o Brasil tem feito um trabalho tentando encontrar um caminho de equilíbrio e sustentabilidade, mesmo em face de um ajuste importante. O Brasil
left an inflation of 2 digits 3 years ago. Today, nós have an inflation between 4 and 5%, which is an inflation for Brazil that is relatively within normality, Since the real's been implemented 26 years ago, around 12, 13 years, the inflation's been below 5%. What's happening in this moment? But with the devaluing and strengthening of the dollar in the world, it ended up making us to do this problem with inflation in the second semester of last year. This is why the central bank intervened to guarantee the inflation rate would be back to bearable rates. We are growing in the last 2 years around 3.4% a year, contradicting all of the predictions, both domestic and international. Brazil has a commercial around $85 billion a year, with an influx of commerce around $600 billion between import and exports. We have the lower unemployment rate in our history. We did a tax reform that is the broader ever done in the country to help the investments and exports and make it more progressive from the point of view to serve the poorer population that won't pay taxes over consumption from 2027. And we understand that the fiscal adjustment that we're doing is not recessive, because we're guaranteeing a growth rate of 3.4% around a declining inflation, even having to increase the interest rate at this moment to converge to the inflation rates target that was established by the monetary institution, and elevated increase in rates will be in the short term. Dollar is back to proper levels. It fell 10% in the last 60 days, the dollar in Brazil, and I think that this is going to make that inflation will be stable. One very important thing to highlight, that fiscal adjustment is not done on the working people. We are recomposing the fiscal income from Brazil that were eroded in the last 10 years. So only for you to have an idea, our PIB grew 3.5% and the income grew 10% in real terms. We are maintaining the fiscal balance and tackling the fiscal states that did not help Brazil. Talking about G20, we are defending, as we did, is a reglobalization, but a sustainable one that is not presided by the market interests, but also by the interests in tackling the regional inequalities and distribute economical opportunities geographically. So Brazil defends thinking that we have to rethink a social and environmental sustainable reglobalization. Something that got leverage these days. We have to take it with very careful. It's not going to reproduce more democracy, more freedom. We need to be careful with the movements that are being done around the world, so the extremism is not stronger. And this is only going to be possible if we start going back and thinking about economic and social economic integration of the international relations.
Thank you, and we have a...
Nós temos uma reação daquilo que...
Just a quick one, Managing Director, that not only just hearing my worthy counterparts here, but over the last day and a half, while all of us might have specific...
لماذا كلنا
نواجه هذه الهشاشة ولكن ما سمعته وتعلمته خلال
markets and developing economies in general, we are actually in a relatively good place. We have entered 2025 on a relatively strong note in terms of macro stability, in terms of resiliency of the banking system, and the bold and structural reforms which a number of economies are undertaking at this point in time. And therefore, a lot is in our control in terms of staying the course. And I loved it when President Jin said, keep the caravan moving. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
I very much agree that over the last sessions during the formal and informal engagements, two messages came through very clearly. The first one is that emerging markets recognize they first and foremost rely on themselves, on their ability to build strong economies with good policies. And second, that they also see opportunities for interactions, engagements, cooperation, for new flows of goods and services that can compensate for some of the loss of economic integration. And another theme that we heard, and we heard it in the previous session, is that for emerging markets to succeed, they have to be smart about the role of governments. The governments are there for the policies that are necessary to provide predictability to businesses, but not there to do what businesses can do better than them. And that notion of smart deregulation is something that also came true. I heard from Minister Haddad mention on about the strong dollar. And I want to turn to Minister Shemshet again and ask you this. The dollar has been quite strong for quite some time. Interest rates in the United States have been quite high for quite some time. How do you see this looking forward, and what does it mean for Turkey to operate in an environment of stronger dollar, high interest rates in the United States? Is that the new normal, or we should be prepared, and we heard that from Minister Haddad, for shifts? And how do we build resilience in terms of facing those potential shifts?
Well, both strong dollar and high long-term yields, U.S. Treasury bond yields, are negative for emerging markets. And we've had a good discussion yesterday about, I think it was Governor Karahan who mentioned that there was a compelling case for the neutral rate to go up or to stay up. And also dollar strength, further dollar strength, we don't know, but maybe on the cards, in the cards. So these are challenging for emerging markets. Turkey is not immune to these trends. The only thing I would say that, first of all, we may be proven to be more resilient this time around, simply because we're not a crowded trade. For quite a while, as far as portfolio inflows are concerned, Turkey was not really on investors' radar screen. So there's been a comeback, but we're not yet a crowded trade. More importantly, last year we managed to reduce current account deficit substantially to about 0.7% of GDP. So while it may widen this year a bit, it's highly likely to be manageable. We've also built buffers. Over the past 18 months, net reserves of the central bank, has improved in tune of about 125, 130 billion US dollars. So the reduction in external deficit combined with, as I said, additional buffers and the fact that we're not a crowded trade may help. While going forward, I think the focus is going to be to reduce reliance on volatile inflows of capital, to see if we could improve investment climate. I mean, Turkey is a sizable market. I mean, you're talking about roughly, including Syrian refugees, you're talking about nearly 90 million people, per capita GDP of about $15,000, $1.3 trillion, domestic market. It's a sizable market. So in that sense, we're hoping to begin to attract meaningful FDI again, because these are non-debt generating inflows, while at the same time, through disinflation, through additional progress on the fiscal side, to see if we could encourage portfolio investors to extend duration, to extend maturities. And in the meantime, going forward, we've decided that we will commit less of the original sin. So starting next year, we want to be a net external debt payer, as far as government is concerned, and more, borrow more domestically. So develop domestic bond market, which is already pretty sophisticated. Borrow more in lira, less in variable rates, FRNs, more in fixed coupon, and extend maturities. So really, these are some of the thinking that we have in terms of debt management strategy and dealing with some of these potential external headwinds.
Does that resonate with the rest of the panel?
Absolutely, and one of the key elements is, and I know that that's a question, how can we finance our development? And here comes less reliance on capital inflows, less reliance on debt, and trying to look at domestic resource mobilization, creating the enabling environment for FDI to come in, but also having an integrated national financing framework where you put all of this together so that you are able to lengthen maturities. And when we talk about the international financial institutions, there was a call for restructuring and looking at it in more detail, be it at the G20 and also at the UN for the Summit of the Future. And a key element there is also that concessional finance is there for the private sector to really de-risk many of these upcoming challenges with respect to yields and how it's going to affect the emergence or the return of FDI and investments into emerging markets.
I'm very glad to hear you talking about the role of international financial institutions in this context. Yes, we have to think about the buffering role we play, and if anybody on the panel has any recommendations for us at the IMF, they're most welcome. What more can we do to play that stabilizing role in this current environment? Minister Shemshet, you have known us for a long time.
Well, first of all, under your leadership, I think the fund, I have to say, in many ways is more understanding, but also it's leading some of the work in these areas. I think capital flow management is always the most difficult component. We do benefit from some of the exercises during the annual meeting, the early warning exercise. But the fact that you are now have a better understanding of each country's specific conditions, in my view, is an asset. In the past, there was this kind of like, take it or leave it. This is, this is the program approach. I think there's a sea change. That's my understanding. So we have to give you credit on that. But regarding resilience, I think identifying some of these, cross-cutting, strong trends and making recommendations on how to handle. I know there's no one recipe that would be good for everyone, but it would certainly help, focusing on some of these, what it means having strong dollar in terms of trade. For example, in our case, it's negative because we buy raw materials in US dollars and we sell it mostly in euro because Eurozone is our key trading partner.
Right.
Also, debt service cost.
Yep.
When dollar is strong, when reference rate is high, regardless of how low your spreads are, when the base rate, when US is borrowing at 4.5%, and you have to pay a premium over this, a spread over this. So I think focusing on, maybe it would also be a policy recommendation for some of the advanced economies to get their acts together.
Yes.
Just a very quick intervention, Managing Director. It's more in the context of medium to long term, with the MDBs now increasingly working together. As you know, in January, we signed the first 10-year country partnership framework with the World Bank Group.
Yes.
Because it's what we talk about is the immediate turnaround of the economies through the structural reforms. But that framework then allows us to look at two existential issues, which is population control and climate change for Pakistan. The last thing with respect to the fund, we are very grateful for not only the funding, financing, but the technical support. And your mission was very recently in Pakistan with respect to governance, and Minister Al-Jadaan talked about governance and ownership and accountability yesterday, and getting that technical support and success transfer from other countries, etc., is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah. Minister Mashad has been a very strong voice on the responsibility of multilateral development banks, more broadly institutions, to work together. So I'm sure you have some thoughts to share on that.
I have to say that as of late, the coordination is very much clear among the MDBs, but it's also on the countries to be platforms for that interaction and for that coordination. So unless there's very clear country programs and country ownership on projects, on development issues, we cannot expect the MDBs just to be working together. So the countries themselves need to create that environment with clear commitment to reforms, with clarity with respect to the projects, and then leverage on the credibility we have with the different institutions. The other element, and climate change was mentioned, so of course there's the RSF that the IMF has rolled out to many countries, and we finalized our negotiations on that. But also country platforms have come to the forefront in discussions where mitigation and adaptation for countries that need adaptation projects are owned, but at the same time technical assistance, innovative financing such as debt swaps for climate action. We have our own country platform that we benefited from this debt swap. And then finally, and this is a statistic for 2024, our private sector, particularly in renewable energy, wind, green hydrogen, has been able to secure concessional finance more than the government. So this in itself is again a testament that coordination between MDBs and countries providing that actually opens up venues for private investment to mitigate some of the costs of FDI into countries.
And ultimately contribute to this economic and social resilience we are discussing here. In the decades before, for the IMF, the sources of shocks were primarily in the financial sector or in economic mismanagement. But now we know there could be other sources of shocks, and among them climate shocks have become, for a number of countries, ever present. You are going to be hosting the COP this year. How do you see the world advancing on understanding this element of resilience, resilience to the force of nature? Oops. I got it here. It's somewhere.
Ok? Bem, primeiro eu gostaria de reforçar a tese dos meus colegas de que o FMI tem
The IMF is changing during the times, and is changing for the better, putting a series of elements that reinforce the international cooperation, and they shed a light on subjects that were not considered previously in the relation with the member countries. One of them is the social matter that it became the central matter for the financial situation with the countries that are helped by the IMF. The ecological transformation took a leadership in the negotiations within the countries, and I must say that the work that it's been doing in the special for Brazil, it brings hope in terms of bringing new ways of financing overall for the countries, for low-income countries that are facing interest rates that are unbearable to do front for their commitments. So I believe that IMF is showing us the demonstration of a lot of maturity within the global challenges, the new global challenges that have been imposed to us. Brazil wants to gather all the good initiatives that the G20 started with the multilateral conversations that took place parallel to the central matters treated by the G20. Two of them that are very important: the integration of the markets of the carbon credits, and IMF has been a partner from Brazil since then to take COP30, the model of integration of the markets of carbon market, to avoid that the countries can use the climate crisis to elevate the commercial barriers under the pretext to be protecting the environment, when it's not always the main objective of the country. But the other question is the payment for environment services. We have many economies, emerging economies, that spend small fortunes to maintain their tropical forests standing. So Brazil has one of the greatest tropical forests in the world with our neighbors shared. But I'm not just talking about South America, I'm talking about Africa, I'm talking about Indonesia and many other countries, over 50 countries. Not all of them have medium to high income. They have challenges to cooperate with the combat to the climate change through the remuneration of environmental services. So we take into consideration the World Bank strategy of financing of the forests that are standing. This was very well accepted until here, and we want throughout the COP, we can take this proposal to see if we can finally have a financial arrangement that will allow, from one side, have an international market of carbon credit, and on the other side, the payment for environmental services overall for countries that are low income, that are having difficulties to service their debts in virtue to the high elevated dollar and the high interest rates. So we have an important agenda. So what seems to me that it's very substantial in this discussion, that we cannot do fiscal adjustments and climate change against the social development. These have to be working together, and the orientation that President Lula, along with the international organizations and the international forums that Brazil is a part of, is that we are able to coincide an economical agenda with a socio-environmental agenda. So that it doesn't seem that it's impossible. The conciliation of these multiple interests around an agenda that will effectively demand more sustainability, fiscal, social, and environmental to the world.
We cannot finish a conversation on resilience
لا يمكننا أن نحقق الصمود المالي دون الحديث عن موضوع الذكاء الاصطناعي.
as an opportunity. And I am going to first ask Minister Aurangzeb your thoughts on that. Pakistan has stepped into implementing digital FDI initiative. It sounds like you see it as an opportunity, but I also would like to ask the panel, the rest of the panel, is AI primarily a factor to build more agility and resilience, or you see it more as a risk? Minister.
Yeah. Thank you, Managing Director. I think I would put it in three components. The last panel was obviously very educative with respect to AI. I totally agree with Dr. Teo that when we talk about transformation, it's just not technology, it's people, process, technology. And the people part is extremely important in terms of reskilling, upskilling them, so that we actually take the citizens along in this journey, also to avoid a jobless growth scenario in any given country. The second part of it is that we need to understand digital transformation, which is being accelerated through AI, is ultimately about better, cheaper, faster. That's through the client lens. That's what we are aiming for. And with respect to Pakistan, if you just again look at use cases, so whether it's agri-tech, we reckon that AI-led and inspired precision farming will lead to increase in crop yields by 15 to 20%. Similarly, in terms of digital banking, digital services powered by AI have already are beginning to help us with a sort of a 25% increase in our IT export services year on year, and has a huge potential as we go forward. Now, what we need to do is to ensure that the third largest freelancer population in the country gets the requisite resources, upskilling, reskilling, but also the digital infrastructure, so that we can continue on this journey. And I would link it back into the whole discussion about productivity-led growth.
Yes.
And that's where it is going to become a huge enabler and game changer. Thank you.
So AI boosts productivity, that increases economic activity and contributes to more resilient economies. Do any other thoughts on that, Minister Shamshed?
Well, AI is a transformative technology, but it could also become disruptive. I agree with my colleague that there is immense potential to boost productivity, no question about that. But there are genuine concerns, long-term concerns about job losses among relatively higher educated. But more importantly, global income inequality, concentration of wealth in countries that are AI ready or leading. So there's a little bit of concern there as well, unless it's open and it's available to everyone. So we do follow IMF's AI preparedness index very closely. I mean, we are relatively ahead of EM average, but there's a long way to go in terms of investing in fiber optics, 5G, creating our own national Starlink type stuff, low orbit satellites. Human capital is there, but regulation, the ethic part,
yes,
the infrastructure part, all of these are pretty critical. So I do agree about the huge potential for productivity gains, but there are aspects of it, if not managed well globally, in particular the risk of concentration and some countries being left behind.
And you mentioned ethical foundation. What we find when we work on this index is that the shortcomings there are quite profound. So yes, it's a great opportunity to build more resilience, but it is also a source of potentially disruption and risks, and we have to manage those. We have a minute and a half left. I want to give a chance to the other panelists to respond.
Just on the AI, the IMF has always pioneered thinking within policy discussion. So when the gender agenda was there, it was women participation is macro-critical. I think also on the AI discussion, it's very important that we also integrate it somehow in the policy dialogue, because you will see countries left behind if not taken into account as fast as possible with respect to productivity and so forth. But I have to say that the previous panel with Professor Theo's input gave us comfort that it is possible to be users and actually benefit from the gains of AI.
And may I say, your participation on this panel made a very strong case for the importance of women. Minister Haddad.
Bom, eu sou usuário dessa tecnologia diário, eu diria. E eu vejo enorme potencial de ganhos de produtividade com a utilização da inteligência artificial.
AI, but although I agree that knowing more is always better than knowing less, with a lot of technology, there is a beneficial potential. The matter of AI is the sharing of these productivity gains. I think that we should be worried with the matter of sharing. This is an amazing technology for bringing great gains to the humanity, but I think if it's concentrated in very few hands, we are going to have a lot of social problems occurring. If it's used wisely, sharing with less greediness and openness, allowing people to harness this, to improve the well-being of our global community, can be a significant step to improve our wellness, our well-being.
Impressively, we just finished.
لقد أنهينا في الوقت المحدد، وسأنهي هذه الجلسة الحوارية بجملة واحدة. المجتمعات الصامدة تتطلب سياسات جيدة، وتتطلب المشاركة والتفاعل للقوى المنتجة، وتتطلب أيضا الفهم للمشهد الدولي في مقابل افتراض أن الأمور ستتغير من خلال المنهجات البراغماتية تنفيذ هذه السياسات. فالأمر يتطلب الفهم أن كلية المخاطر هي أولوية، وذلك يتطلب أيضا منا جميعا أن نعمل مع بعضنا البعض، وهذا يعني لصندوق النقد الدولي أن يكون فهمه متجذرا لما يجري في مختلف دول العالم، وأن يترجموا هذا الفهم إلى أفضل سياسة يمكن أن نقدمها. أقترح علينا جميعا أن ندرك أن الجلسة الحوارية الأخيرة في هذا المؤتمر قاموا بعمل رائع. شكرا لكم.
Your Excellency.
أصحاب أو صاحب المعالي إذا صاحب المعالي رجع أو ابقي معنا صاحبة المعالي للجلسة الحوارية الأخيرة.
And I would like, of course, for this fireside chat, this is the closing fireside chat. It is my honor to welcome, of course, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Al-Jad'an, Saudi Minister of Finance, to join Her Excellency Dr. Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. Thank you. The stage is all yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julie Kozak. I am the Director of Communications at the IMF, and I have the honor of moderating this fireside chat to close this amazing and wonderful seminar conference that we've all just participated in. So let me begin, Your Excellency. This conference has really been your vision. Did it live up to your expectations? What do you see as the key takeaways?
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for being here. And to be honest, it doesn't matter whether it lives up to my vision or not. What really matters is, those who are in this room who participated yesterday and today, and whether actually they are going back home benefiting from this discussion with something that is valuable, with an input, with an insights that will help their countries and their people. I think that's really what matters. What also matters, to be honest, is having a dedicated, possibly the first global forum for emerging market economic prospects. And solely within the emerging markets, bringing experts and discussing issues, challenges, and means of actually cooperating and working together to improve the lives of the people in the emerging economies and the world at large. To me, I think this is a very important beginning of a platform that will help me, I can tell you, from a Saudi perspective, from the Ministry of Finance perspective, and for me personally as the chair of the IMFC, currently at least, that I hear the emerging markets desires, issues, and voices. I think a lot of us complain that we are not heard enough in the global arena. I think this is possibly a very good platform for the voice of emerging markets to go up and be heard at the highest levels, whether at the IMF and the IMFC or even in other platforms like the G20, the World Bank, and others. So really that is what matters if I wanted to summarize it.
Thank you, Minister Al-Jad'an. Managing Director, same question to you. What are your key takeaways? But also, can you add for us, how will the takeaways inform the work of the IMF?
I want to first say that I would leave today more positive than when I came in the beginning of the conference. Why? Because what you, the participants from emerging markets, have demonstrated is very clear understanding of the challenges you face, but also how you are overcoming these challenges. Because I heard a much more upbeat view of the world than often we would come out just by reading the reflections in the media. So thank you for that. In terms of substance, and that takes me to what it means for us at the IMF. First, clearly, there are two things that are on your minds: uncertainty and the risk of divergence. And that requires from the fund to be very determined to see through a more complex environment and very practically translate what we see in relevant policy messages to our members. I also recognize that there is huge need for the fund to help countries prevent the risk of falling behind, prevent that danger of divergence. And I have formulated 3 messages, and I have been sharing them recently, and they seem to resonate. What can you do? What can we do together? First, diversify. Diversify your economy, your trade relations, your engagement, your vision for how you move forward. Diversify the partnerships that are going to give you a leg in this world we live today. Second, deregulate. The government policies have a very important signaling role. The government should do that, give indication as to what is the direction to travel, and then get out of the way. Let business do its part. Red tape, self-inflicted injuries, let's get rid of them, and we will work with you on that. And 3, digitalize. You cannot economically win if you are falling behind in the biggest technological transformation of our days. Make sure that artificial intelligence serves your businesses and your people, and for that, make sure that digital makes your budget transparent, your policies transparent, and as a result, accountable to people, so you can earn the trust of societies at a time of more changes and more uncertainty for us all.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you both. Managing Director, I'm going to stick with you for the next question before I then give the closing question to His Excellency. Talk about the next steps. What comes next now, now that we've had this inaugural conference?
So, I have a question for the audience. You need to help me to answer this one. How many of you believe that there is a need for emerging markets conference of the kind we had this last 2 days? How many of you want to come again?
That's good. That's the answer.
So, the first step we will take it together with His Excellency Minister Al-Judan, is to reflect on what we have learned from this conference, both in terms of specific messages that we would like to summarize and convey, and in terms of what next, what work to do next. And that means that we will work, our regional office will work with the Ministry of Finance so we can publish proceedings from the conference, but also we will start immediately on thinking about how we bring this forward. Of course, we need a host, but we would like to see in our regional office visiting fellows to work on issues of great significance for emerging markets. So we prepare for the next engagement, and please do be ready to give your thoughts as we build the agenda for the next conference. But more broadly, I'm convinced that we at the IMF have a responsibility to everybody in our membership, and that means we have a responsibility to the emerging economies in our membership, and we will fulfill that responsibility prudently.
Your Excellency, Minister Al-Jadaan, we'd be interested in your closing reflections, but also can you, as someone who is currently chair of the IMFC, you've also chaired the G20, how does this conference differ from some of those other important fora that you've chaired?
Well, thank you very much, and I would not want to compare this with the IMFC or the G20, but I think there are 3 points possibly are worth mentioning. One is, I think emerging economies will need to punch at their weight. They need to gain more confidence. They need to acknowledge, understand, even with humbleness, that they have something to say to the world. They impact the world negatively and positively, so the world need to hear what they have to say, need to understand their circumstances, and need to work with them collaboratively to solve problems that the world at large needs to deal with. Advanced economies have a lot to say, but they cannot resolve a lot of the key global issues alone. They need people in this room, and they need to hear them, and they need to make sure that they listen to their issues, to their challenges, to the needs of their people, and how collectively we can actually make the world better. Second or third point, which I think is absolutely critical, is, you sit in the G20 or in the IMFC, and largely it is a lot of discussions that have happened in advance. I mean, I have never attended a G20 meeting without actually a G7 meeting preceding it one day before, and a lot of pressure from advanced economies to impose on these forums. I think even other forums, like even the IMFC meetings, preceded by advanced economies meetings to agree what they want to as an outcome from this meeting. We have something to say, and I think meetings like this would actually make sure that our voice is heard. We are not challenging advanced economies. We are just saying to them, the world would be a lot better if they work collaboratively with emerging economies.
I very much agree with this. When we look into the future, where is the youthful population? Where is the potential for high growth? That benefits everybody. It also benefits advanced economies. It is in the emerging world. I want to say this. If we have success in cross-fertilizing experience, in being a transmission line from countries to learn from each other, and as a result, avoid avoidable mistakes and amplify positive lessons faster than otherwise, we would have done our job. We need dynamism in the world, and dynamism is more likely to come from this group of countries. And of course, advanced economies, of course, they have a hugely important role. They do well, they create opportunities for everybody else. But we also need to be thinking of where dynamism is more likely to come from.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm really, without flattering you, Managing Director, I think having you coming from an emerging economy made a big difference. And having the IMF now actually committing a lot of resources in the regional office in Riyadh, and now you mentioned having actually scholars, experts in emerging economies in the Riyadh office to help the emerging economies. I think that will go a long way to support what we are trying to do here and hopefully even in the years to come.
So my dream, by the time I finish my term, we retire the term emerging, because you will have fully emerged.
Indeed.
Well, thank you very much, Your Excellency, Managing Director, for this fireside chat. I'm very pleased now to bring this discussion to a close. And thank you to all of our participants.
Big thanks to Minister Al-Jadad.
Well, this event in particular is very important. It's bringing together emerging markets and developing economy. The leaders of the world are here. The multilateral development banks are here. You know, and these are conversations that have started in AlUla, but will not end here. Will end in our countries and positively affect the world.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, and our thanks to Ms. Julie Kozak, Director of the Communication Department, and the spokeswoman, International Monetary Fund, for her moderation of the last fireside chat.
Your Excellencies, everyone, thank you so much. The past 2 days have been amazing, insightful discussions. We've highlighted the immense potential of emerging market economies. We've heard leaders, decision makers emphasize the importance of joining forces to enhance multilateral collaboration and build a more resilient and a prosperous future.
And as we might want to go, thank you all for being part of this remarkable event. Your insights, energy, and collaboration have made this conference very special. You know, stay connected, stay curious, and AlUla, inshallah, will always welcome you back with open arms for the next inspiring edition of AlUla conference. Thank you. Lunch is now served. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
شكرا عليك.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Yalla.